Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. The House will be in order. Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 30th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Anna G. Eshoo to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will now be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, with you a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years a day. In the face of the 280 days of warfare in Ukraine, help us not to doubt your sway over time and your sovereignty over our lives. You are not slow to keep your promise, but we ask your patience with us when we pray for immediate resolution. Grant each side and all those immersed in this conflict moral clarity in the midst of this horror. Grant us your vision where there seems to be no end in sight, and reveal your perfect justice and restore the livelihoods which have been destroyed and the souls which have been crushed. Uphold those who remain faithful to the cause of righteousness. Continue to grant them the spiritual strength that has, throughout their adversity, served as a testimony to the resilience to be found only in you. For in you they are known, though regarded as unknown. They are dying, and yet they live on, beaten and yet not killed, sorrowful yet always rejoicing. For they have found that in you is, O Lord, is peace. Grant then your peace to Ukraine and to all who suffer from injustice in this world. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is with great sadness that I must rise today to pay tribute to the Honorable Betty Ray McCain, a North Carolina trailblazer who at the age of 91 passed away on last Wednesday. Betty McCain lived a remarkable life. Her many contributions to the Democratic Party and her unselfish leadership to the state of North Carolina are immeasurable. Born in Faison, North Carolina, Betty graduated as valedictorian from Faison High School. In 1947, she graduated from St. Mary's College and then received a master's degree in music from Columbia University. Following her marriage to Dr. John Lewis McCain, they moved to Wilson, North Carolina, my hometown, where they were engaged in all aspects of public life. It is in Wilson where Betty McCain began her career in local and national politics and became known for her incredible wit. During the administration of our beloved former Governor Jim Hunt, Betty McCain served as Secretary of the Department of Cultural Resources. Betty McCain is survived by her son Paul, wife Beth, her daughter Eloise, husband Robbie, grandchildren Elizabeth, Emily, John II, Mary, and Balo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday on the west front lawn of the Capitol, we celebrated the lighting of this year's Capitol Christmas tree. The 78-foot red spruce named Ruby comes from Pisgah National Forest in western North Carolina. Madam Speaker, this magnificent tree did not magically appear at the Capitol. Proud members of North Carolina's trucking industry made this happen. Ralph Eddy and Ryan Hardy of Hardy Brothers Trucking in Siloam, North Carolina, adapted one of their trucks to carry Ruby. Harold and Deborah Kingdon drove the special truck on the 14-day journey to Washington to deliver Ruby. Words cannot express how grateful we are for truckers everywhere, along with the state's countless farmers and growers. Truly, they are the backbone of North Carolina's economy, and they deserve our profound gratitude. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this Christmas, Americans are facing hard choices about the gifts that they can afford to buy their friends and their loved ones. The skyrocketing cost of everyday goods and services will now cost the American families over $700 each month. According to a survey published by the Associated Press, 1 in 3 Americans are now reported to be falling behind on their bills and on their expenses. It's now more clear than ever that American families cannot afford President Biden's failed policies. Reversing this inflation will only happen when we stop the tax and spend spree that the liberals in this body have championed. American families will only be financially secure when President Biden stops wasting money and wasting the taxpayers' dollars. We need to return to fiscal restraint and responsibility. We need to stop spending money that we do not have on policies that we do not need. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it used to be a rite of passage in this country for young men to be punched in the face when they did something stupid. Our nation used to believe that there was strength and purpose in taking the hits, learning from your mistakes, and growing through the adversity. America is weak. Her sons are sickly and her daughters are decrepit. Our country now faces the consequences of enabling a participation trophy society. We are no longer the United States. We have become the nanny state. Our young men are taught that weakness is strength, that delicacy is desirable, and that being a soft metrosexual is more valuable than training the mind, body, and soul. Social media has weakened us, siphoning our men of their will to fight, to rise in a noble manner, square their jaws, and charge once more into the breach of life to defend what they love. So on this precipice of disaster, I ask the young men of this nation a question. Will you sit behind a screen while the storied tales of your forefathers become myth? Or will you stand resolute against the dying light of America's golden age? Will you reclaim your masculinity? Will you become a man to be feared, to be respected, to be looked up to? Or will you let this nation's next generation be its final generation? With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of Indiana County United Way in raising more than $35,000 as a part of their Turkey-thon fundraiser. The United Way of Indiana County recently partnered with radio host Todd Marino of Indiana in the Morning to create a telethon to raise funds to feed children, families, and veterans on Thanksgiving. In addition, 78 volunteers from United Way partner organizations set up donation drop areas around Indiana County to collect donations from generous residents. Each donation helped to ensure those facing hunger had a turkey to eat on Thanksgiving and could still enjoy the holiday. I want to thank the volunteers of the Indiana County United Way and their work in helping every child to enjoy Thanksgiving with their families. The volunteers of United Way devoted their time and their energy to giving back to their community and helping to alleviate hunger during this holiday season. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in thanking the Indiana County United Way and their partners for doing their part to spread generosity and goodwill during this time of the year. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privilege report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 1499, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 3372 to authorize implementation grants to community-based nonprofits to operate one-stop reentry centers, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6878 to address the health needs of incarcerated women related to pregnancy and childbirth and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8876 to reauthorize the maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting program and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 100, to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference and certain of their employees and for other purposes.
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1499
Yes.
and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 153, House Resolution 1499. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3372 to authorize implementation grants to community-based nonprofits to operate one-stop reentry centers. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2, the further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 6878 to address the health needs of incarcerated women related to pregnancy and childbirth and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2, the further amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 8876 to reauthorize the maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting program and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-69 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 100, to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference and certain of their employees. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 5A, at any time through the legislative day of Friday, December 2nd, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B, and the Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B, a measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of November 29th, 2022, November 30th, 2022, December 1st, 2022, or December 2nd, 2022, in the form as so offered, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C, upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Section 6. Notwithstanding Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on a vote by the yeas and nays on the question of adoption of a motion that the House suspend the rules offered on the legislative day of November 29, 2022, may be postponed through the legislative day of December 2, 2022. Section 7, House Resolution 1495 is hereby adopted. Section 8, House Concurrent Resolution 118 is hereby adopted. Section 9, during the remainder of the 117th Congress, it shall not be in order to offer a motion under Clause 7C of Rule 22 with respect to H.R. 4521. Section 10. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 119, providing for a correction in the enrollment of House Joint Resolution 100. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. The concurrent resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the concurrent resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 10 minutes of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
So, Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fischbach, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1499, providing for consideration of 5 measures, H.R. 3372, H.R. 6878, H.R. 8876, H.J. Res. 100, and H.Con. Res. 119. The rule provides for consideration of both H.R. 3372 and H.R. 6878 under structured rules with 1 hour of debate, each equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary, self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairman Nadler for each bill, makes and order 1 amendment for each bill, and provides 1 motion to recommit for each measure. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8878 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides a motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 100 under a closed rule with 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H-Con Res 119 under a closed rule with 10 minutes of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The rule provides the majority leader or his designee the ability this week to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspensions. The rule also provides roll call votes on suspension bills considered on November 29 may be postponed through December 2nd. Additionally, the rule deems as passed House Resolution 1495 and House Concurrent Resolution 118 and provides that during the remainder of the 117th Congress, it shall not be in order to offer a motion to instruct with respect to H.R. 4521. Madam Speaker, before we begin, I just want to take a moment to honor the life and service of our colleague, Congressman Donald McEachin, who passed away earlier this week. I've known Don for many, many years. We were both in the College Democrats when we were at American University many years ago. He was an exceptional public servant, fighting for the people of Virginia's 4th Congressional District since 2017, and having served on Virginia's General Assembly before that. Don was a fierce champion for social justice and a protector of the environment. He will be missed, and our prayers go out to his family, his friends, and his staff during this difficult time. Madam Speaker, we are here. Before us today are 3 bills. One, to improve the current support system for formerly incarcerated individuals. One, to ensure pregnant women in custody get the care that they need. And one, to reauthorize a critical program that provides American families life-changing aid. We are also here to consider 2 resolutions that will help us avoid a catastrophic shutdown of our national railroad system. Let's talk specifics. First, we have H.R. 3372, the One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act. Getting folks back on their feet after incarceration should involve more than a $10 bus ticket and the hope that they won't reoffend. But critical reentry programs and other lifelines for formerly incarcerated individuals are often located in different places, making it challenging to obtain comprehensive services. Studies show that these kinds of barriers to reentry support put individuals returning to their communities at risk of returning to the criminal justice system. The One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act authorizes grants for community organizations to create centralized reentry intake and coordination centers. These centers would provide resources for housing, employment, education, and medical and mental health services all under one roof. This common sense bill will better support those who were formerly incarcerated and reduce reoffense rates. Second, we have H.R. 6878, the Pregnant Women in Custody Act. Roughly 58,000 pregnant women are admitted into prison every year. Unfortunately, many facilities fail to provide pregnant women with the necessary care, including an appropriate diet and medical care. They may even be shackled or put in restrictive housing for extended periods, which could threaten their ability to have a healthy and safe pregnancy. Incarcerated women deserve access to prenatal and postpartum care that can help prevent maternal health complications and ensure that newborns have a healthy start in life. The Pregnant Women in Custody Act establishes care standards for how federal facilities treat pregnant and postpartum women in custody, including requiring federal facilities to provide pregnant inmates access to medical and mental health services. We also have H.R. 8876, the Jackie Walorski Maternal and Child Home Visiting Reauthorization Act. This bill reauthorizes the transformative maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting program that provides in-home services to improve maternal and child health, family safety and stability, child development, and school readiness. The program will be reauthorized for 5 more years and will receive a significant increase in funding so that the services the program provides can be made available to more mothers, to more families, and to more children. In my mind, there is no better way to honor the memory of our dear colleague, Congresswoman Jackie Walorski. She was an incredible friend of mine who worked tirelessly to improve the lives of children. And then we have H.J. Res. 100, legislation to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee and the National Railway Labor Conference and certain of their employees. HJ Res 100 adopts the tentative agreement that unions and railroads negotiated in September to avoid a rail shutdown. I am proud that our pro-union and pro-worker President and Labor Secretary, Joe Biden and Marty Walsh, fought hard to get a fair deal for railroad employees. This agreement secures significant advances for workers, including a 24% raise, no changes in copays, deductibles, or coinsurance costs, and increased safety protections. I want to be clear that this agreement is not perfect, which is why we will also bring to the floor H-Con Res 119, a separate resolution that we will debate and vote on today right after we consider the rail shutdown bill. This resolution would amend the rail shutdown bill to add paid sick leave for workers, an important policy that should be a fundamental right for all working Americans and that many of us have advocated for. Quite frankly, the fact that paid leave is not part of the final agreement between railroads and labor is, in my opinion, obscene. It should be there, and I hope it will be there at the end of this process. Democrats are putting people over politics to fight for workers. Every worker ought to have the security of fair wages. Every worker ought to be able to take a sick day if they need to. We saw that during the pandemic. This is an issue of basic fairness, but it is also an issue of public health. I mean, this is basic common sense stuff. The labor movement built America, and after decades of stagnant wages and declining benefits, I'm proud that the workers of this country are once again standing up for their rights and demanding changes. Their management ought to listen, and this Congress ought to listen too. By sending it as a separate resolution, we are giving the Senate the ability to take it up in addition to the main bill. If they don't have the votes to pass it, they can still send the bill averting a rail strike straight to the President. But the Senate ought to do the right thing and adopt this amendment. Democrats are going to continue to fight like hell, just like we have been doing for all of our workers, so they can have good wages, safe jobs, and paid sick leave. But we also need to listen to our labor leaders and rank and file. This underlying agreement was approved by labor and management negotiators in September, and since then, the majority of the unions in the industry have voted to approve the deal. So while I and others are reluctant to override standard ratification procedures, President Biden has called on Congress to act without delay to avoid what would be a catastrophic shutdown. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. The passage of HJ Res 100 and HCon Res 119 would be a win for workers across the country. And I strongly urge the Senate to approve both resolutions so we can swiftly get them to the President's desk. I further urge all my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman is recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd like to share the thoughts of sympathy for the family and friends of our colleague, Mr. McEachin, that my colleague from Massachusetts did express. Madam Speaker, I thank the representative from Massachusetts for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Today, we are here to consider a rule providing for a number of bills and resolutions. H.R. 3372, the One Stop Shop Community Reentry Program, will improve public safety and help individuals reentering society from after incarceration by reauthorizing two types of grants, one for nonprofits to create community reentry centers, and one for states, tribes, and local governments to operate reentry assistance hotlines. Republicans are committed to improving public safety and cutting down on repeat offenses by providing pathways for successful transitions from incarceration back to the community is crucial to that. Need-based programs like these provide valuable tools for these individuals that in turn benefit the broader community. At a time when industries across the board are facing labor shortages, I appreciate the effort by my colleagues to move this legislation forward to improving incarcerated individuals' transitions to society. H.R. 6878, the Pregnant Women in Custody Act, requires the Director of Bureau of Prisons to provide appropriate services, education, and programs to incarcerated pregnant women. While thoughtful Republican amendments were rejected in Judiciary Committee, this is a bill that will protect the lives of mothers and their unborn babies. H.R. 8876, the Jackie Wolarski Maternal and Child Home Visiting Reauthorization Act, honors the late Congresswoman and my mentor by reintroducing her bill to reauthorize the maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting programs and increase its federal investment over the years. I am honored to co-sponsor this bill, which will increase the annual funding level and provide increased investment in home visiting in every state and territory. Funding for this bill is fully offset and tied to proven results, sending real help to the neediest communities. Overall, I am pleased to see that these bills have gone through the appropriate processes, and this body will consider truly bipartisan legislation, an unfortunate rarity in this Congress. We are also here to discuss H.J. Res. 100, which would prevent a rail strike that would cripple our already burdened supply chain in the middle of the holiday season. Our economy can't handle that kind of hit, and we are running out of time for the parties to come to an agreement on their own. The fact is, the Biden administration overpromised and underdelivered, and now Congress again needs to step in to fix the mess. Our country's economy can't handle a strike that reports would say would cost $2 billion a day. A rail strike would mean halting transportation of raw materials, food, and beverages, and not to mention passengers trying to visit their families. It would mean farmers in my district and across the country would be cut off from fertilizer for their crops from global markets. The resolution under this rule would codify the President's Emergency Board recommendations, a deeply unfortunate but necessary action Congress must take to avoid an economic disaster. Again, it is unfortunate that the situation that has come to Congress stepping into collective bargain negotiations, but the consequences of a strike are far too severe. However, we are not debating these bills today. We are debating the rule. And Madam Speaker, I would point out before I reserve that multiple items were added to this just hours before and during Rules Committee yesterday. Also included, the rule deems and provides for consideration of multiple pieces of legislation that Republicans were not informed that would be included until just minutes before voting on reporting the rule. One of these provides H.Con. Res. 119, an enrollment correction to H.J. Res. 100 that goes well beyond the bounds of the President's own request and appointed recommendation, to the point where Congress is not only stepping into collective bargaining, but now effectively negotiating on behalf of one of the parties. Another last-minute addition, by last minute I mean literally during committee, was the deeming of a bill to rename a room on a Capitol campus after the current Speaker of the House. Madam Speaker, I started the day yesterday hoping to strike a more positive tone than I typically do regarding rules. But unfortunately, this rule has morphed into a Christmas tree of the ugliest kind, adding all kinds of limbs and ornaments with virtually zero notice or agreement from our side of the aisle. It is for this reason that I oppose the rule, and I ask members to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the AP entitled "A Rail Strike Looms and the Impact on U.S. Economy Could Be Broad." Madam Speaker, a railroad shutdown would cost the economy $2 billion and would wreak havoc on so many fundamental goods and services Americans rely on. Chemicals that purify water and provide safe drinking water across the country will become scarce. Gas prices will go up. Commuter rails that carry tens of thousands of people to work each day would no longer run. There will be shortages of nearly every kind of food in our grocery stores, as well as shortages of all kinds of products in retail stores. Packages and online orders will come to a halt just before the holidays, so that there's no question that something needs to be done to avert this shutdown. But we have to do something that is actually respectful of the workers. I also request unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from The Guardian entitled "U.S. Railroad Workers Prepare for Strike as Rail Companies See Record Profits." Madam Speaker, our railroad workers work tirelessly to keep our country running. They face grueling schedules with next to no vacation days and no paid medical leave if they get sick or injured. They are made to endure greater safety risks as the industry pushes to reduce crew sizes. Simply put, these workers are overworked, understaffed, and underpaid, and they have been operating without a contract for more than 2 years. So HJ Res 100 and HCon Res 119 together provide these workers with the rights they both need and the rights that they deserve. Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an AP article entitled Pelosi Dominant Figure for the Ages Leaves Lasting Imprint. Madam Speaker, Speaker Pelosi's election was a historic moment for the women of this country, a moment for which they had been waiting for over 200 years. And when she took the gavel, Speaker Pelosi noted, and I quote, "Never losing faith, women waded through many years of struggle to achieve our rights. But women weren't just waiting, women were working, never losing faith. They worked to redeem the promise of America that all men and women are created equal," end quote. I am so proud of the example that Speaker Pelosi has set for young women across the country, young women like my daughter Molly, who looks up to her as a role model. Naming the caucus room in the Cannon House office building after Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be a reminder, will serve as a reminder to all of our daughters and granddaughters that the sky is the limit and that no position in this democracy is out of reach for anyone who works hard and dreams big. I reserve my time.
Without objection, the gentleman's requests to insert material into the record are granted, and the gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Who wants to speak? She's prepared to I think we have no other speakers, so we can.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, it is refreshing that we are looking at truly bipartisan legislation today, and I'm glad to see that we are taking up important issues that affect so many people across the country. However, because the rule provides no real opportunity to improve or amend the underlying bills and is morphed into the Christmas tree of last-minute additions, I must oppose the rule, and I ask members to do the same. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, most of these bills that are included in this rule should have passed on suspension. Unfortunately, many of my friends on the other side of the aisle have turned the Republican Party into the party of no. No plans, no ideas, just blame Biden, blame the Democrats, blame everybody else. I mean, look, I look at the bills that we're considering here. I mean, these should have all been suspension bills, and why aren't they? I don't know. You have to ask my Republican friends. H.R. 3372, H.R. 6878, H.R. 8876, all passed out of committee with an overwhelming majority of votes from both Democrats and Republicans. They are non-controversial. They are bipartisan solutions to fix issues Americans across the country experience every day. Similarly, HJ Res 100 and HCon Res 119 will deliver a historic victory on securing critical rights for railroad workers while also helping us avoid a catastrophic shutdown. I mean, we had to include in this rule, I mean, the gentlelady talks about this as a Christmas tree, but we had to include in this rule a provision allowing us to hold a ceremony in the rotunda honoring Capitol Police for their heroism on January 6th. We couldn't even get the Republicans to agree to unanimous consent to honor the Capitol Police in the rotunda. So that's why it is in this rule. It is awful. I mean, you talk about they talk about how they support the police. We can't even get them to honor the police in this Capitol who protected our lives on January 6th. So it is included in this rule because we couldn't get unanimous consent from the other side of the aisle. I remember when we used to be able to pass bipartisan bills like this without coming to the floor with a rule. So look, by a margin of just over 3,000 votes in the 5 closest seats, you're going to be in the majority in January. And I hope all of you figure out what you are doing before then, because I haven't seen anything to date that shows that that party is serious about putting people over politics and actually legislating. And I think today is kind of an example of that, why we've had to include these non-controversial items in a rule. So I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this rule, yes on the previous question, and yes on the underlying legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. The resolution is purpose. Does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number. Having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson from the great state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will be voting no on HRES 1499.
Purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on House Resolution 1499. As a member designated by Ms. Strickland of the state of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes. She will vote yes on House Resolution 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on HRES 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Keating and Ms. Presley, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on HRES 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Hank Johnson, Mr. Mike Doyle, and Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
Where is she from? For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representative Nikema Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that she will vote yea on House Resolution
from
1499.
Alabama seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida and Mr. Brown of Maryland, pursue the House Resolution, I inform the House that both vote yea on House Resolution 1499.
Where is she from? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
And thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lance Gooden of Texas and Mr. Andrew Garbarino of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden and Mr. Garbarino will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the gentleman designated by Mr. Paul Gozar of Greystar, Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Paul Gozar will vote no on 1499.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Axney, I inform the House that Rep. Axney will vote yes on House Res. 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Gates pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Gates will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Vicente Gonzalez, Maureen Newman, Lucio Roybal Allard, Tony Cardenas, Tim Ryan, and Eric Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRS 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on HRS 1499.
Illinois. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote yes on HRes 1499.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Craig, I inform the House that Ms. Craig will vote yes on HRes 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on the rule.
Does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Luria, I inform the House that Ms. Luria will vote yes on HRES 1499.
Hey, how are you? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois and Mr. DeSania of California, inform the House that these two members will vote yes on HRES 1499.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on the rule.
Vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 202. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed with an amendment, H.R. 8404, an act to repeal the Defense of Marriage Act and ensure respect for state regulation of marriage and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1499, I call up House Joint Resolution 100 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 100, joint resolution to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference and certain of their employees.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extemporaneous material on the joint resolution 100.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi from California.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his leadership on the very important subcommittee of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Rails, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials. So the subcommittee of jurisdiction for the legislation that we're considering today. And I thank the chairman of the full committee, Chairman Peter DeFazio of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, for his just outstanding leadership for over 30 years in the Congress of the United States. He's been a champion for America's working families. He's been a person about the future. We have been blessed by his leadership. And I want to commend Chairman Jim McGovern of the Rules Committee for steering this urgent and necessary legislation to the floor in such an expeditious and effective manner. Madam Speaker, under President Joe Biden, we've had the most pro-union administration in history. Indeed, he chose a labor secretary, and Secretary Marty Walsh, who has deep personal roots in organized labor, joining Laborers Union Local 223 at age 21 and eventually rising to serve as the head of the Boston Building Trades before he became mayor of Boston. Together, the White House, the administration, and the Congress, we have proudly stood with working people. Under President Biden and our pro-union Democratic majority, we were able to protect pensions, promote the PRO Act for collective bargaining, and create good-paying Davis-Bacon jobs in the infrastructure bill, in the CHIPS and Science law, and additional legislation. Because we believe that the middle class is the backbone of our democracy, and we believe that the middle class has a union label on it. Madam Speaker, today we are here to safeguard the financial security of America's families, to protect the American economy as it continues to recover, and avert a devastating nationwide rail shutdown. We all know that for too long, the railroads' ownership have made obscene profits on the backs of workers, selling out to Wall Street and its outrageous precision scheduled railroading. They've slashed jobs, increased hours, and cut corners on safety while demanding more and more from the workers. And rather than reinvesting their profits into the workers, over the past decade, they've given $150 billion in handouts to their corporate executives and wealthiest investors. It's just not right. That is why relentless labor leaders like Dennis Pierce and Jeremy Ferguson, whom I saw close up and watched them fight for their union members, among others, alongside our pro-union President, Joe Biden, and Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, as I referenced, fought furiously to negotiate a fairer deal for railroad workers. And thanks to their months of determined leadership, the tentative agreement that was reached has secured important advances. A 24% pay raise and a $5,000 bonus, no charge changes in co-pays, deductibles, and co-insurance costs, and protecting the two-man crew. Protecting the two-man crew, very important. But we know much more needs to be done for railroad workers. It is outrageous that every developed country in the world has paid sick leave except the United States of America. No one should be at risk of losing his or her job by staying home when sick, needing to see a doctor, or getting life-saving surgery. So it is progress that the agreement provides some time off for routine preventive and emergency medical care. But what we need is paid sick leave for railroad workers and for every American. I hear this every place I go, not just with the railroads. But these railroad workers, they're very skilled. Their work is challenging, has some danger. They need to have these very talented workers, and yet they're willing to let them go if they miss a few days of work because having to get a checkup or something. Going to see a proctologist is not a reason why people would take a day off. They do that because they have to. So today, the House will take two important actions. First, we will pass shutdown averting legislation to adopt the tentative agreement as negotiated by the railroad companies and labor leaders, and again with the administration at the table. Then we will have a separate up or down vote to add 7 days of paid sick leave to the tentative agreement. This had always been our intention to do. We're doing it on the same day because of the end of session. Doing so fulfills our authority and responsibility under the Commerce Clause of the Constitution to ensure that the uninterrupted operation of critical transportation services and fight for fair, that's our responsibility as we fight for a fairer future for our workers. Let me be clear, a nationwide rail shutdown would be catastrophic. A shutdown would grind our economy to a halt and every family would feel the strain. As many of 765,000 workers, including many union members, would lose their jobs in just the first 2 weeks. Experts project it would cost the economy up to $2 billion a day and raise prices on consumers' products. Families wouldn't be able to buy groceries or life-saving medications because it would be even more expensive, and perishable goods would spoil before reaching shelves. That's why so many members were saying we've got to avert a shutdown because we've got to get produce to market in our farm communities. Communities wouldn't be able to get chlorine to keep their water safe and clean, and small businesses wouldn't be able to get their products to market. Many of them, as I say, farmers. Time is of the essence. We must act now. I urge a strong bipartisan yes vote on both adopting the tentative agreement and securing additional paid sick leave. In doing so, we will give our families and businesses confidence that the American economy will remain resilient and strong, and will move to enhance the dignity and economic security of many hardworking Americans who keep our nation on the move. Our nation's hopes really are riding on this vote. I urge a very strong yes on both bills, on both votes, and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank, I want to yield myself such time as I may consume, and I want to thank the Speaker for the comments. Today we're here because of a failure by the Biden administration to prevent a rail labor strike, and it's unfortunate that we need Congress to act quickly to avoid, obviously, a catastrophic economic disaster or consequences as a result of this. Freight rail is extremely important in our nation's economy and national security. And approximately 40% of all the long-distance cargo is transported by rail. In recognition of freight rail's economic importance, Congress enacted the Railway Labor Act. And this legislation helps to ensure that collective bargaining rights for rail workers. It created processes, including congressional action, which we're doing, to ensure the prompt settlement of labor disputes that could interrupt interstate commerce and damage the economy. When an agreement was not reached this past August, President Biden appointed a PEB. It's called a Presidential Emergency Board. And it recommended a very robust package of pay and benefits for railway workers. Salary increases of 24%, starting retroactively, by the way, in 2020, which goes through 2024. There was very generous health benefits with employee contributions capped at 15% of premiums and additional paid day off. But it should be noted that the Biden administration's PEB recommendations did not agree with the union's demand for additional paid or sick leave. And I'm disappointed that the Democrats in the 11th hour altered the items, these particular items, to cater to the demands. This is an extreme and an unprecedented version of the necessary congressional intervention. As the original September deadline for a strike approached, President Biden's Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, negotiated a tentative agreement with the railroad companies and all 12 of the rail union leaders. President Biden hailed the agreement as a win for rail workers, and Secretary Walsh and other union leaders, they praised it as well. We all saw that in the news. But it's now clear that the administration cannot close their own deal. 8 of the 12 unions voted to ratify the tentative agreement. 4 voted it down, and a rail strike is now possible at midnight on December 9th as we approach a very busy holiday season. So it now falls on Congress to avert a railway shutdown that would literally devastate the economy, which is already coping with the disastrous consequences of the administration's economic policies. And a rail shutdown would severely disrupt supply chains and add to a 40-year high inflation that we're already seeing. It would lead to higher energy costs as winter weather raises energy demand, and it's going to disrupt global food supplies. The estimates are that America's economic output could decline by $2 billion a day. For these reasons, organizations representing just about every industry in the economy have called on Congress to avoid a crippling rail strike. And it shouldn't have, it never should have come to this. But I encourage my colleagues in this process to avert a strike. I do encourage my colleagues to support House Joint Resolution 100. This is, while the rail strike is imminent if something isn't done, what folks need to understand as well is the railroads will have to start shutting down a lot of the critical, particularly hazmat, hazardous material movement. They're going to have to shut that down earlier, in fact, a week earlier, and it's absolutely going to cripple the economy. Anhydrous ammonia is one of those things, and if you live in a rural state or you live in a a very agriculture dependent district, right now is the time when anhydrous is being applied. So that is just one area as an example that we're going to see some serious problems if this isn't averted. Again, it's very sad that the majority chose to change this at the very last minute, and now we're voting on two different resolutions with a very generous paid sick leave, in addition to what's already out there in terms of employees who have health issues. But with that, Madam Speaker, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, it is deeply important that Congress has had to assume the role of mediator in order for our nation to avoid the widespread repercussions of a rail shutdown. Let me be clear. We are all here today due to the inability of the railroads to negotiate paid sick leave, period, an essential component of any humane and decent work environment. I want to thank the nearly 115,000 dedicated, hardworking, and essential rail workers who have kept our economy alive through some of our nation's most challenging times. As chairman of the House Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, Hazardous Materials, the decision to intervene and prevent the freight rail shutdown was not easy by any means. However, with the nearly 1/3 of the nation's freight moved by rail, the failure to prevent a rail stoppage would be irresponsible, as it would have devastating consequences on our economy and everyday American life. Not only would a stoppage stunt our economic growth, it would disrupt supply chains around the world and skyrocket costs of fuel and food just before winter. We all know this would put us dangerously close to the possibility of a recession, something American farmers and small business simply cannot afford after years of neglect under the former occupant of the White House. Shirking our duty to act would inflict harm on everyday American families with soaring costs at the pump and rising prices of at grocery stores. Therefore, we simply cannot afford to idle at this critical juncture. But mark my words, the rail industry should be ashamed for bringing us to this place. They have failed to meet the needs of the men and women who have demonstrated nothing short of courage over the past couple of years. I promise to help pass meaningful legislation that will prioritize the needs of workers. That is why I am co-sponsoring a bill which will be before you later today that will provide 7 days paid sick leave to rail employees. I urge each of you to join me in doing what we must do to prevent a rail strike and defend our rail employees, guardians of our economy. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I've got to talk just a little bit about the sick leave, the paid sick leave that we continue to hear about throughout this process. And you got to remember, what we're debating right now is the president's recommendation. That's what his board recommended, what they negotiated, and what the president asked Congress to support. But what is claimed is that they don't have the sick days, and that argument is very misleading. The tentative agreement found in this bill that we're debating right now, HJ Resolution 100, it provides workers with several avenues of different types of leave, which are carefully considered by members of these were very carefully considered by members of the PEB, in balance with higher levels of compensation and increased benefits. In short, the neutral appointed PEB that the president appointed rejected union demands for additional paid leave. Traditionally, labor unions have negotiated with freight railroads for very generous benefits to make up for what we consider traditional sick days. This agreement is no exception and includes a very historic 24%, and I mentioned this earlier, 24% increase by 2024 that comes with an $11,000 in back wages and an additional $1,000 a year in bonus payments. This is in addition to a very generous health care benefit which employees contribute. Think about this. Employee contributions are set at 15%. The average employee contribution for family coverage in the United States is 28% of the premium. So let's be clear. We can't have our cake and eat it too, which is exactly what the majority is attempting to do with this concurrent resolution. Rail labor is set to receive a 24% increase by 2024, and that's going to set an average wage and benefits compensation level of more than $160,000 a year. That's the highest package in almost 50 years. An average immediate payout of $11,000, and I'm repeating myself, but it bears repeating, an average payout of $11,000 in back wages and an additional $1,000 a year in bonus payments. The additional days of paid time off for all employees, it's included. So, we're talking about, we're talking about a lot of different things here, but the PEB did not miss something on this topic. Experienced, neutral PEB members studied and reviewed the issues and ultimately had to balance many competing interests to come up with this holistic recommendation for an agreement. The PEB's report recommends that any particulars about sick leave and attendance policies should be dealt with locally, not through national bargaining, and could be addressed through binding arbitration, which was refused when the National Mediation Board recommended this in June 2022. It's further stipulated that to the extent that these issues are not directly addressed by the framework, they are being indirectly addressed via compensation through much higher wages. In other words, the PEB's recommendation of 24% increase in wages for the union's request, it basically balanced off the union's request for increased paid time off. That was the debate, that was the agreement, and that's what we're being asked to support. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to Representative Rick Larson from Washington.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support HRS 100 as well as the follow-on 119. A few people prefer to be here today to pass this legislation, but Congress has the authority to act because we have to, but it's not because we want to, but we have to prevent a work stoppage. And we have to recognize that the tentative agreements fall short, well short of what is necessary for paid leave for rail workers. Benefits do not replace paid sick leave. Going to work sick to earn your wage increase, who does that? Who requires that? Only the rail industry. So we should pass HRES 100 and afterwards pass HRES 119 to address the woefully inadequate sick leave provisions in the tentative agreement. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Sir.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman
Thank you,
from
Madam
Missouri
Speaker.
is
I would
recognized.
yield, sorry, excuse me.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nails.
Chairman Graves, thank you. Madam Speaker, President Biden took 2 victory laps before this election. One was an illegal bribe to college graduates that the court struck down, and the second was this unsuccessful rail labor agreement. and they both failed. They were both lies to win an election. Now it falls on Congress to clean up his mess and avoid a rail strike, which would be catastrophic for our economy. It is estimated that a rail strike will cost the economy roughly $2 billion, with a B, $2 billion a day. The U.S. rail system moves cargo equivalently of roughly 467,000 long-haul trucks each day. And if you think inflation is bad now, imagine what happens when our railroads go offline and our supply chains will become even more strained and unpredictable. The cost of moving anything will skyrocket overnight just in time for Christmas. Our businesses and workers need certainty to operate in the environment. And for this reason, I plan on voting for House Joint Resolution 100. The agreement is supported by our railroad, shippers, and 8 of the 12 unions, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Every major industry, from automobiles to agriculture to energy, will be severely impacted if we fail to act. These are some of the largest drivers of inflation and will directly increase the prices for American consumers. In conclusion, I would just like to point out that this deal is a great deal for the railroad workers. By the end of this deal, the average wages for rail workers will reach $110,000 per year, with total compensation averaging $160,000. It's unthinkable that the 4 railroad unions are holding the nation economically hostage. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I'm glad that you pointed that out to the gentleman on the other side. This just appears that it's going to be a President Biden bashing opportunity. But we're here for very important reasons. And for all the reasons the gentleman just stated, is the serious nature of why we're here, for all those reasons. So we have to act, and it is our responsibility. It's come to us, as much as we might not like it, to have to negotiate this. We are standing right in front of a looming work stoppage, and we have to act for the millions and millions of Americans that would be impacted by these measures. And, Madam Speaker, my friend from the other side of the aisle continues to mention how wonderful this package is. And it was fairly generous. It was right. They hadn't had a deal in 3 years, so 24% sounds like a great increase, but over 3 years, it is divided by 3, it's 8%, which is a relatively fair increase. So I think that let's deal with the issues at hand, not make this about bashing the president, and do the work that we need to do. The railroads have said that workers already have sick time. Is that true? Well, let me answer that. It is not true unless what the railroads want you to believe is that when people get sick, they should use their vacation time. Their vacation time for sick days. Now, I'm not sure how on the other side of the aisle their offices are operated, but I thought we're all in Congress, so it's done in the same manner. All my staff has sick days. I believe most of the people that work for this body have sick days. I don't know if they don't have sick days on the other side. I would think that would be reprehensible, but that we're fighting for people not to have what we have is unfortunate and unjust. And so we're just trying to do the right thing for the country and for these workers that have not been able to get the railroads, who have had profits out of the stratosphere in the last decade, to get them to do the one thing that the labor unions asked. They didn't ask for the large raise, the benefits, which are all good. They wanted to deal with sick pay, and the railroads refused to do it. And with that, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
I'm on the floor today because I have a heart, and I hope that I will be joining those who will be deliberating very seriously about this legislation. First, however, I want to thank Mr. DeFazio for his leadership on the Transportation Committee and engagement. But I also want to thank my dear, dear friend, Congressman Don Payne, whose vision and commitment and big heart has literally put us in a place where the hearts can control our minds. How indecent is it to have companies who refuse to negotiate with our rail unions, specifically our rail unions? Because I know we have many letters from our suppliers. They don't want to strike. I don't want anything to impact negatively on America or my city of Houston. But I must challenge what we are trying to do with respect to the rail companies. I'm standing with the unions, my locals and my nationals. And the reason is I think we should put into the record BNSF Railway, $23.3 billion in revenue. Union Pacific Railroad, $21.8 billion in revenue. Ownership of BNSF, 46% owned by Wall Street. CXX, 35% owned by Wall Street. Union Pacific, 34%. Kansas City Southern, 33%. Norfolk Southern, 32%. Is there any heart in it being only about dollars? I think it is important that there be a 24% pay raise, bonuses, no changes in co-pays and allowance of time off for routine procedures. But how indecent it is that they would not sit down and provide sick days in the most dangerous professions. Houston is the crossroads starting from the western frontier days of railroads. We have tracks everywhere. They are an inconvenience for our community, no matter where you live, but predominantly in minority communities. They cause ambulances to stop. They injure and they cause school children to have to cross tracks. And they contaminate our neighborhoods. Can I get an additional minute?
I extend the lady another 1 minute.
They contaminate our
Gentleman is
neighborhoods.
recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, they contaminate our neighborhoods. I know you're on energy and commerce. It is unbelievable, and they won't clean it up. From the EPA to every place we've gone, and people are suffering from cancer. But I want to do the right thing today, and I cannot imagine. Con Res 119 is what I'm standing on, because it does not make sense to not provide people with sick days. Paid sick leave for employees is a bare necessity, which I believe should be extended into paid time off for family medical leave as well. But paid time off for sick leave is a top priority for the rail workers, especially when their jobs expose them to risks such as toxic dangers in the rail yards and dangers on the train as well. It is ironic that the railroads resist providing flexibility to their workers' schedule to provide these sick days. Every company that is decent in America should run toward giving merely sick days, mere 7 sick days. And so I rise to support both my community fighting against contamination, and I rise to support this underlying legislation. I hope the White House will take my call, because I will be trying to determine how this will go forward.
Gentlewoman's time is
Thank
expired.
President Biden for his great leadership. He is a labor president. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield myself such time as I may consume. So we were discussing earlier about this being a presidential bashing or whatever the case may be, but I have to ask the question, so why are we here? Why is Congress doing this? The reason is, Madam Speaker, because the president failed. The administration failed. And that's the reason this was brought to Congress, so Congress could intervene and move this forward. And I might also point out that we are debating right now, the package that we are debating is recommended by the president's PEB, by his board that he appointed. The president himself wants us to pass this package. And I'm going to quote the speaker who just, Sunday said, and this is a quote, "This week the House will take up a bill adopting the tentative agreement with no poison pills or changes to the negotiated terms and send it to the Senate." And now they're backing up on that process, and that's really what's wrong, or what's happening today, is they're backing up on that and trying to renegotiate. They're trying to renegotiate this whole process that a lot of people have put time and effort into and came to an agreement, and now, there's no reason anymore. Why do we even have the system set up the way it is if Congress is going to come in and make changes to all of the recommendations? With that, I reserve the balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rank and file union members vote on ratifying contracts. I hope that's understood. After working harder and longer and under worsening conditions for years, they've spoken loudly about wanting to improve quality of life, including paid sick time. The railroads have refused to give them this basic benefit, causing us to be here today. And yes, we are talking about two pieces of legislation here. We are dealing with H.J. Res. 100, which is the president's asking us to support and to pass. But, I would not be able to live with myself if I did not respond to the workers that all they've asked for. They started out with 15 days, Mr. Speaker, asking for 15 days of sick time. And we're willing to finally negotiate down to 4, just 4. And yet, and still, these profit grossing railroads could not find their way to give them 4 days. They said, go on unemployment if you're sick. I mean, who asks? Is that something that we ask our employees to do? Do we ask people across this nation to do? It's unconscionable. And for, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle not to acknowledge that is unconscionable. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, at this time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey, not just for yielding me time, but for your outstanding leadership on this issue. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for hearing our cry to include paid sick leave today. If the rail unions ask Congress to stay out of this current dispute, I would work hard to honor their wishes. But they have not done so. So the question becomes, what agreement will Congress impose? The Railway Labor Act gives us unfettered power to choose any terms we think fair. In general, I think we should honor the collective bargaining process and pass the TA agreed to by the parties in the Presidential Emergency Board. But we must modify the deal and include paid sick leave. Thousands of rail workers voted against the TA because the precision railroad scheduling system is inhumane and insults the dignity of the workers. Basic justice requires us to act. I would strongly have preferred that we send a clean resolution to the Senate, including sick leave. It's not even December. We have a week. We're in session this week. We're in session next week. Lord knows the industry can afford it. They're making obscene profits and are the very symbol of income and wealth inequality which is plaguing this nation. Although the way we're doing this is not my first choice, I appreciate our leadership providing us a way to support sick leave for these workers and send paid sick time for rail workers to the Senate, and I hope they join us in supporting a slightly more humane schedule for the rail workers of this nation. Thank you very much. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield. Actually, can I inquire the time?
The gentleman from Missouri has 16½ minutes. The gentleman from New Jersey has 14½ minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 7 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, who's the ranking member of the Railroad Subcommittee, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today because of the colossal failure of Joe Union Biden, the president who has, by his own declaration, been the most union-friendly president in history. Been here since 1970. Joe Amtrak, Joe Lunchbox, whatever you want to call him. He has punted this to us to deal with his colossal mistake. And I can't wait for the rails to be running and make sure they have plenty of rail cars available to haul off these carloads of bovine residue that's being spread around here today because the president waded into something that he wasn't able to finish. And in the misinformation that's being proliferated here about the sick days, why is there no mention of the actual sick days in the PEB, the number of sick days that we're adding to? In fact, we came to a resolution, myself and soon-to-be Chairman Graves, that codified the PEB recommendation, the 24% pay raise, 24%. Let's keep in mind that we are in a recession. I'd like for us all to get a 24% raise. But we codified a 24% raise, 14% of which would take effect immediately, the balance which would take place over the next 4 years, $5,000 bonus. 8 of the unions of the 12 agreed. That was the PEB recommendation. And we were willing to choke that one down and say, okay, because our economy in this frail, fragile state created by President Joe Union cannot sustain a $2 billion a day economic hit. So for the good of the country, we'll choke that down. Well, then they say, well, we're going to have a cooling off period. We'll think about it. And they come back and say, no, we're going to strike on December 9th. December 9th. We're approaching winter time. How many people across the country are going to be relying on the commodities necessary to heat their homes? I don't know the millions of people that would be impacted negatively. This isn't about Christmas presents, although that's a big part of it because the economy, we're not going to have as many Christmas presents this year anyway. But on top of it, we're going to freeze people out. And these unions put a gun to the head of the American people and say, this is what we want, and we're not going to play ball. So the president's PEB, the Presidential Emergency Board, makes this recommendation. We go ahead and put legislation in place to support that. And at the 11th hour, here we are. And my friend from New Jersey, the chairman of Rail Subcommittee, said, yeah, we'll take that. We're going to add 1 sick day. Okay, I can live with 1 sick day. What I can't live with is the game they're playing legislatively when they make a promise, we're not going to put poison pills on this bill. And then they come back after the fact and throw this 119 kicker in place. Flat out lie. And another colossal failure on the part of the outgoing speaker because she couldn't get the votes on her side of the aisle to vote for 100, the PEB recommendation. The PEB recommendation that the president asked for, President Joe Union, and yet here we are having to deal with 119, the additional poison pill that the speaker said would not be present in this legislation. And that's what's wrong with this institution, by the way. When people say they're going to do something and then 20 minutes later they reverse themselves. This came out last night, by the way, late in the evening, so no one would be aware of it. And now we're having to deal with it. Makes a mockery of this institution. And by the way, the authority that we have to deal with this doesn't mandate that we deal with it. It just says we have the authority. And by the way, that authority was given in 1926, almost 100 years ago. What a colossal failure on the part of the president and on the part of the speaker that we have to be here at all, wasting valuable time of this body that we could be doing so many more important things for our people in this country than having to deal with this hostage situation at a time when our economy cannot sustain it. A $2 billion a day hit that is about ready to hit us right in the face at a time when our folks, particularly in the Northeast, that rely on commodities like, for example, heating oil, and we can't move it. And by the way, maybe we could move it more efficiently if our pipelines were working like they should be, but again, the president saw to that. We don't have adequate resources in the trucking industry. We're at a driver shortage. We can't just rely on the trucking industry to fill that void. So again, President Joe Union Biden, Lunchbox Biden, Amtrak Biden, whatever moniker you want to go by, Mr. President, this is on you. This is your failure that you have punted into the House of Representatives to clean up your colossal mess. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm, glad to know how the gentleman on the other side really feels about this being a waste of time in saving the nation from a colossal $2 billion hit, as he would put it, that this is a waste of time. I'm glad that he lets the American people know how he really feels about this effort. We are in a situation where we don't have very much of a choice right now for the reasons that he stated. It would be a $2 billion hit to this nation every single day, and it impacting the lives of American families across this nation. So yes, for whatever his disappointment is or whatever it is, we're here, and now we have to act and save the nation from that perilous situation. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any other speakers at this time. I do want to point out this statement was made. Now we have to act to save the nation. Now we have to act to save the nation. Why is that? It's because the president failed, Mr. Speaker. It's because the administration failed. That's why we have to act. Is it a waste of time? It absolutely is a waste of time because the administration failed. That's the reason Congress is here. Again, I don't have any other speakers, so with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman likewise reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close if you're prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Do you have one more? Do they have one more?
Yeah.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Illinois for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of HJ Res 100 because it's time that we stop paying lip service to the men and women in the rail industry and give them the dignity that they deserve. Rail workers, like all union workers across trades always get the job done. Whether it's the incredible heat of the Southwest or the bitter cold winters in cities like Chicago, they never stop. And there is one thing that the pandemic taught us. It's that we can't keep treating them like they're expendable. A rail strike is unthinkable, and so is a world where rail workers are forced to work, sick or penalized if they take a day off when they're ill. Chicago and the people I represent live and work in the nation's heart and center of America's rail network. This isn't abstract for me, it's my neighbors. We see these hardworking men and women getting the job done, rain, shine, or snow. When I said I wouldn't vote for a deal that doesn't include paid sick leave, I meant it. Paid sick leave should be a right and not a negotiation chip.
Gentleman's time has
That's why I
expired.
would vote on the floor, not the ceiling.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I inquire any more speakers?
I don't believe we have any more speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
All right, the gentleman from New Jersey may close. I'm sorry, the gentleman from Missouri should go first. You may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
In closing, I just want to say that a freight rail strike, it would devastate the supply chain and it would literally shut down the country. Again, estimates are that the strike would cost the economy up to $2 billion per day during a very busy holiday season. This threat comes only months after President Biden celebrated avoiding a railway strike. Remember? Now the president and his cabinet have given up on leading. They've retreated in failure, and they've kicked this problem to Congress for us to decide. The terms of the tentative agreement found in this resolution are more than fair for railroad workers. 24% increase in wages, 24%, and it's retroactive. Employee contributions to health care, it capped at 15%. This is supported by the freight railroads, by shippers, and 8 out of 12 of the labor unions involved. 8 out of 12. This was a very negotiated proposal. It had bipartisan momentum that was building for this resolution. Unfortunately, the majority decided to play political games with the economy, and they went back on the president and the speaker's stated support for implementing the terms of the tentative agreement. This is beyond bad faith. This is just simply reckless. And I want to point out that what we're debating right now and what we will vote on with this is the tentative agreement. That's the original agreement. We will go on next to vote on the extra benefits. But despite the Speaker and the President's decision to cower the progressive demands by having a second vote on the revised agreement, I do plan to support this resolution, this one right now that we're debating, to implement the tentative agreement as it was debated, as it was negotiated, in an effort to stop an economically ruinous rail shutdown, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle for once again making the points that we have tried to make. You will have the opportunity to vote on HJ Res 100, and as it has been mistakenly portrayed, a poison pill. There is no poison pill. You have the opportunity to vote on HJ Res 100. Then there is a second piece of legislation. You're welcome. We separated them. But we had to do something. This, Mr. Speaker, is about fairness. And just as you have a vote in this body, each member has a vote to ratify or not ratify. And the workers and the labor unions have a vote to ratify or not ratify. Your leadership comes up with sometimes things that you want to see done. Does everyone vote with the leadership? It was a negotiated deal. 8 of the 12 ratified, 4 did not. 115,000 workers, the majority of the workers are in those 4 unions, from what I understand. So it is a fair majority of the workers that did not ratify this. You mean to tell me every time your leadership gives you something that they negotiate, that you vote on it? No, there's sometimes you don't vote with what your leadership has brought you. And so these people are doing the same thing that you're allowed to do in this body. And I don't think that is a situation that is unrealistic. Now, as the railroads implemented drastic changes that brought steep workforce cuts, that's right, cuts, closures of yards and shops, associated jobs, and pushed workers to the brink during the pandemic, our railroad workers showed up every day and night out of their commitment to our country, serving as defenders in chief of our economy. That's patriotism and deserves to be honored. During the pandemic, they suffered through some of the most strict attendance policies in our country in order to keep our economy alive. We shouldn't have to intervene, but we must ensure that Americans don't have to pay for the greed of those who've yielded the benefits of record-breaking profits and won't meet their employees' demands for basic human rights. Paid sick time is a basic necessity required to recover from being ill that all of your staffs have. And it helps prevent sick workers from making preventable safety mistakes. Time has proven that railroads are unwilling to settle this dispute, despite having more than enough money to pay for these basic benefits. Railroad CEOs' salaries continue to exceed as much as 144 times. 144 times what the average railroad worker makes. Yet still, they're unwilling to bend for paid sick time off. I wonder what they do when they're sick. All the while, they know that their profits are built off of the backs of these dedicated rail workers who deserve so much more. Despite the challenging decisions to intervene, I will continue to press the rail industry to do what they know to be the right by their workers. And once we pass this legislation, we will pass legislation that guarantees paid sick leave for rail workers, since the industry has decided they wouldn't. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has now expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference, Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference, and certain of their employees.
The question now is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The joint resolution.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Yes, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Do you ask for the yeas and nays?
Yes.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will please rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, House Resolution 1495, and House Concurrent Resolution 118 are considered as adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1499, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 119 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 119, concurrent resolution providing for a correction in the enrollment of House Joint Resolution 100.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, the concurrent resolution is considered read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on House Concurrent Resolution 119.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to offer this enrollment corrections bill with my friend and colleague, Peter DeFazio, who is ironically and responsibly taking a sick day. He is at the tail end of COVID, and we all appreciate his ability to stay home when he is sick. This bill will allow the same for railroad workers. It will correct what the freight railroads have refused to do during 3 years of contract negotiations with their workers. During a worldwide pandemic, no less, despite the railroads earning tens of billions of dollars every year, railroad workers showed up every day during the rise and height and now the steadying of the COVID-19 pandemic. They risked their health and their health of their families to keep our nation's freight moving. Railroaders cannot work remotely. Some are on call regularly, and others work outdoors year-round. Unlike 75% of private industry workers, the more than 10,000 railroad workers do not have paid sick days. I should note that management at these very railroads have paid sick days. This bill will correct this wrong by ensuring freight rail workers have 7 days of paid sick leave, along with a 60-day process to enforce the measure. Lest anyone think that the railroads cannot afford to provide the more than 100,000 employees paid sick leave, consider that the railroads are able to provide their workers with this benefit for less than a penny for every dollar they reported in profit and shareholder returns last year, less than a penny. Many of you know that I have type 2 diabetes. I attend regular dialysis treatments. I would not be able to do my job without paid sick time. Every American worker deserves that same allowance. Without paid sick time, railroad workers are forced to make a choice between their health or the health of their families and their paychecks. This isn't fair. It isn't right. And this bill would correct that. I urge all members to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to House Concurrent Resolution 119. Less than 72 hours ago, Speaker Pelosi issued a statement in support of passing the tentative agreement reached between the Biden administration, the railroads, the railroad, freight railroads, the unions representing the railroad workers, all the parties. Her statement specifically said, and I quote, "The House will take up a bill adopting the tentative agreement with no poison pills or changes to negotiated terms," unquote. Well, now, due to the failure by the White House to resolve this labor strike and the inability of the President and the administration to show leadership at a time of crisis, we have two resolutions before the House today. One, House Joint Resolution 100 is the tentative agreement, which I support. And this one, House Concurrent Resolution 119, that violates both the Speaker's pledge and the President's call for Congress to pass a resolution that compelled the parties to implement the terms of the tentative agreement. Again, the Biden administration reached this tentative agreement with the rail carriers and a strong majority, 8 out of 12 of the railroad labor unions. The White House called the tentative agreement, and I quote, "a win for rail workers," unquote. Labor Secretary Walsh and other union leaders, they praised it. In fact, they took credit for it. But less than 24 hours ago, House Concurrent Resolution 119 came to us altering that agreement despite bipartisan momentum for averting an economically disastrous shutdown for our rail network. And let's just call this resolution what it is. It is nothing more than a political stunt. It's pandering, Mr. Speaker. Who needs the National Mediation Board anymore, or reviews by a neutral presidential emergency board when one side, or both sides for that matter, believe they can simply skip actual bargaining and accomplish what they otherwise can't from Congress? Today, my colleagues are truly acting recklessly and are setting a very terrible precedent. The priority should be protecting our economy from the consequences of a nationwide rail strike. A rail shutdown would severely disrupt supply chains. It would add to already a 40-year high inflation rate, lead to higher energy costs as winter weather raises demand and disrupts global food supplies. Estimates are that the America's economic output would decline by, and it's been stated today, by $2 billion a day. Avoiding these outcomes should be our top priority. Governing should be our top priority, not pandering and not playing political games with the economy. Instead, my colleagues decide to pull a bait and switch. That's what this is. This resolution simply compounds the failures of the Biden administration to come to a resolution. I strenuously oppose this cynical ploy by Speaker Pelosi and encourage my colleagues to vote no on this concurrent resolution, and with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I just like to state once again that HJ Res 100 passed, and we'll be taking the yeas and nays, but it will pass. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that I'm glad they were able to do the right thing. There was no poison pill. We have a separate resolution of HJ 119. So it was not included in HJ 100, which would have been considered by them a poison pill. But we have a separate resolution, just to clarify. So now it's whether they will step up and do the right thing for people that kept this nation going during a time when a lot of us stayed home sick. And it is just the right thing to do. So it's a matter of whether they're going to be courageous or not. This is not pandering. This isn't pandering. This is seeing a situation and addressing it. And with that, I reserve balance.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I inquire, is the time left?
Gentleman from Missouri has 1.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from New Jersey has 30 seconds remaining.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Freight workers receive historic pay increases and benefits as part of the tentative agreement, and that agreement was supported by the freight railroads, 8 of the 12 labor unions, and many of the shippers. The tentative agreement was championed by President Biden and his administration. Speaker Pelosi promised just 2 days ago to support the tentative agreement with no poison pills. This last-second desperate move to add paid sick leave is it's unprecedented congressional intervention, and it goes far beyond what the freight railroads and the unions originally agreed to. There's been a lot of discussion about the needs of workers, and I want to point out the railroad workers already get an average of 3 weeks of paid leave with potential to receive 5 weeks, depending on their years of service. Most Americans do not get these generous leave policies. President Biden's neutral presidential emergency board, they considered and rejected extra paid sick leave. Instead, they supported an historic salary increase to reward workers. This is blatant political pandering. It must be rejected, and we should instead focus on solutions that end the threat of a rail strike and restore confidence to the supply chain. This is just a gimmick, Mr. Speaker. It's a concurrent resolution. It's just a gimmick. And with that, I would urge my colleagues to oppose House Concurrent Resolution 1119, and I would yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
So now what I do? Okay, I'd like to close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paid sick days are a right that for too long freight railroads have refused to provide to rail workers. That is the issue. This benefit will cost less than 1% of the profits railroads have reported last year. Our bill will guarantee that freight rail workers have 7 days of paid sick leave, and I am pleased that we have seen bipartisan support for this idea in the Senate. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1499, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The concurrent resolution is agreed to. The gentleman from Missouri.
Oh, yeah. I would request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: adopting House Joint Resolution 100 and agreeing to House Concurrent Resolution 119. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of HS Res 100, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. HJ Res 100. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 100, joint resolution to provide for a resolution with respect to the unresolved disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference and certain of their employees.
The question is on passage of the joint resolutions. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Gavel. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on House Resolution 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Gates pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Gates will vote nay on House Joint Resolution 100.
For what purpose Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida and Mr. Brown of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that they both of them vote yes on H.R. 1000.
New Jersey. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Hank Johnson, Mr. Mike Doyle, and Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
Georgia. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Nikema Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that she will vote yes on House H.J. Resolution 100.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Alan Lowenthal, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland of the state of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Vicente Gonzalez, Marie Newman, Lucille Roybal Allard, Tony Cardenas, Tim Ryan, and Eric Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, from the House of Mr. Cawthorn, will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, and Ms. Bustos of Illinois. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
Well, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker McNerney, as the gentleman designated by Mr. Paul Gilzar of the great state of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Paul Gilzar will vote yea on H.J. Res. 100.
As soon as he looks. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote nay on Resolution 100. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, inform the House that Mr. Long and Mr. Palazzo both will vote nay on H.J. Res. 100. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California and Mr. LaTurner of Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. Conway or Ms. Conway and Mr. LaTurner will vote yea on H.J. Resolution 100.
What the Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gibbs, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yes on H.J. Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Bill Timmons, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Bill Timmons will be voting aye on House Joint Resolution 100. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson from the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yea on H.J. Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from
Mr. Speaker,
Virginia seek
as a member
recognition?
designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.Res. 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea
on HJ Res 100.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Craig of Minnesota, I inform the House that Ms. Craig will vote yes on HJ Res 100.
He's already done this. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition again?
Dr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier of California, I inform the House that he will vote no on HRES 100.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Luria, I inform the House that Ms. Luria will vote yes on HJ Res 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yes on HJ Res 100.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yea on HJ Resolution 100.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote no on House Res 100. As by Mr. Andrew Garbarino of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on House Res 100.
On this vote, the yeas are 290, the nays are 137. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 119, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the titles of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 119, concurrent resolution providing for a correction in the enrollment of House Joint Resolution 100.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Ignition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on H-Con Res 119.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson, the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote no on H-Con Res 119.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H-Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gibbs, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote no on Resolution 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H-Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Craig of Minnesota, I inform the House that Ms. Craig will vote yes on H-Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a gentleman designated by Mr. Paul Goes of the great state of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Paul Goes of the great state of Arizona will vote no on H-Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Clyburn, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on H-Con Resolution 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Long and Mr. Palazzo will both vote nay on H-Con Res 119. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Luria, I inform the House that Ms. Luria will vote yes on H-Con Res 119.
By Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on continuing Resolution 119.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
As a member designated by Congressman Alan Lowenthal, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H-Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote nay on H. Conrad 119. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H. Conres 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, and LaTurner, Kansas, I inform the House that Ms. Conway and Mr. LaTurner will vote nay on H. Con Resolution 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Welsh, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Hank Johnson, Mr. Mike Doyle, and Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida and Mr. Brown of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, and for the House will vote yes on H Resolution 19.
The gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yes on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Gates pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Gates will vote nay on on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Vicente Gonzalez, Marie Newman, Lucio Roybal Allard, Tony Cardenas, Tim Ryan, and Eric Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier and Mr. Rush, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lance Gooden of Texas and Mr. Andrew Garbarino of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino and Mr. Gooden will vote nay on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Nikema Williams of Georgia, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H. Con Res 119.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bustos of Illinois and Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H. Con Res 119.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on H.R. 119.
On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 207. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The concurrent resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Sorry. Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 6637.
The request is granted.
Will the House please come to order? Please come to order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and rise to extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the victims of last week's tragic mass shooting in Chesapeake, Virginia. Last week was a time when we all should have been celebrating and gathering with our friends and loved ones, giving thanks for all of the blessings in our lives, but instead 6 families had empty chairs at their tables. We must honor and celebrate the memories of Fernando Chavez Barron, Kelly Powell, Randy Blevins, Brian Pendleton, Danica Johnson, and Lorenzo Gamble. And as we mourn over 600 other mass shootings in America just this year alone, where communities are also grappling with grief and loss, Chesapeake now joins the list of far too many communities forced to bear the unbearable. Chesapeake is resilient, but we must do more and I employ every member of this body and every elected official in the country to do everything in our power to stop the plague of gun violence in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California. For what purpose do you seek recognition? The gentleman? Certainly. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge a dear friend of mine, State Senator Jim Nielsen of Northern California. In the California State Legislature, this is the last day of session, and it'll be the last day of his legislative career, having served in two different segments 26 years in the California State Legislature. Jim is a good friend, a great mentor, and a blessing to all of us in Northern California who he served for all these years, whether in the legislature or also during the time on the Board of Prison terms, working to keep our streets safer. Jim is a rancher in Tehama County by way of Sanger, California, near Fresno, who really understands the needs of the North State and its people. So it was indeed a pleasure for me to be able to overlap my time serving in the legislature there and here, out on the hustings in Northern California, as he put it. So I appreciate his friendship. Indeed, Jim is a good man, a man of God, who shows Christ's example in his actions. And indeed, that's very, very important in these perilous times that we face. So Jim, God bless you. Thank you for stepping forward and serving the people of Northern California, the people of California, with your common sense, with your wisdom that is indeed listened to and heard by all in that legislature and all of us out on the hustings. God bless you, sir.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Gentlelady is recognized.
My remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand full force behind the rail workers of our nation and those of my home state of Ohio. Rail workers deserve our thanks and respect for the back-breaking work they do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But rail chieftains and rail robber barons who are owned by giant Wall Street companies live high off the hog in salaries and stock awards from the sweat of railroad workers. Railroad companies operate like oligopolies, putting their selfish interests above our national interest. No raises for their workers in the last decade, no paid sick days. U.S. railroads have become way too big for their own britches. Last year, railroads earned a record $20 billion in profits, but they refused to allow their workers 7 paid sick days? Really? Yes, greedy and uncaring. How many paid sick days and vacation days do the rail barons siphon off from the workers? Owned by faceless absentee Wall Street funds, U.S. railroads have become a national illness. They treat with equal disdain their workers and the communities that must endure their rude behavior and neglect of rail installations. Shame on them. Stand with America's rail workers that join our nation from coast to coast and haul over 40% of the goods we move in this nation. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Like unanimous request to speak for a minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'd like to speak briefly about a major issue that's developed the last couple of weeks and has not been covered anywhere near enough by the mainstream media. As we know, there are demonstrations going on right now in China. People are risking their lives as they try to save their lives from overreaction to the COVID pandemic. But even more, we have a concern with the multiple human rights abuses happening in Red China. Now, the largest American corporation, Apple Computer, in the last month has decided to weigh in strongly for the communist Chinese government and prevent airdrop communications between different members of China. Once you cut down communication between people, you all but shut up any dissent. Apparently, Tim Cook, the head of Apple Computer, felt his $99 million salary was not enough, and he has to make still more money. So he's got to bow to the Chinese Communist Party. I wish the American public, the American media, would wake up and alert the American public to the greed of America's largest corporations. Thank you. $99 million a year. Isn't that shocking?
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. She said, "Go, bud."
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the two pieces of legislation that we just passed, Resolutions 100 and 119. These two resolutions will now protect the country's rail workers and avoid a crippling freight shutdown. Most important, they provide 7 days of sick leave for more than 100,000 railroad workers. These workers stayed on the job during COVID-19 to keep food and other essential store shelves filled nationwide. They risked their lives to do so, and their efforts saved lives across the country. I'm very disappointed that the railroads did not reward them for their efforts, but I am proud to say that Congress acted today to do what needed to be done. No one should have to go to work when they're sick. I know that the owners of the railroad don't. Thanks to these resolutions, our freight rail workers can take time needed to protect their health and the health of their colleagues. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member consent for 1 minute and to revise.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Aloha, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to urge the House to advance S7, a bill that would make technical corrections to the Violence Against Women Act to allow Native Hawaiians to benefit from this program. Not only does the United States government have a trust responsibility to the Native Hawaiian community, but Native Hawaiians continue to be disproportionately impacted by domestic and sexual violence. Approximately 70% of sex trafficking victims and 37% of reported child sex trafficking cases in Hawaii are Native Hawaiian women and girls. Since 2012, Native Hawaiians have not been eligible for these critical resources because of a drafting error. Today, the House has the opportunity to right this wrong. I implore the House to address this issue before the end of the year and send this to the President's desk so that we can correct this injustice and protect all of our Indigenous women and girls. Mahalo, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon on tomorrow.